1, 2, 3. Clarabelle. HG, nice to meet you. HG, nice to meet you. HG, nice to meet you.
Perfect. Now they're all settled in. Hello everyone, my name is Tyson Stock. I'm going to be your timekeeper for the day. Before we continue, just for clarification purposes, this is Team B.
That's correct.
Perfect, thank you so much. So, delegates, you guys are aware, but just to run it over with the judges and everyone else in the room, in terms of the rulings and how this is going to play out, I will hold a timesheet up for when there's 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, as well as 30 seconds remaining left in the timer on the presentation. Following by the last 10 seconds in the timer, will be preceded with a 10-second countdown with my fingers such as this. Once that 10-second countdown is completed, there will be no more presenting, and you must stop discussing immediately. Following this period, there will be a 10-minute Q&A period with the judges. I would like to remind you that all team must present for a minimum of 15 minutes, and all team members must speak throughout the process of this presentation. However, that's not the case for the Q&A period. Audience, we would like you to remain seated and keep your phones on silent for the duration of the presentation as well as the Q&A period. I will now let the judges introduce themselves, and once they are done, you may begin your presentation and the timer will start. Judges?
So my name's John Castellar, and I work for Canada Steamship Line, so I appreciate you putting this together. I'm on our commercial team and handle our construction material accounts.
Hi, Robert Sadekierski, semi-retired, formerly a banker for 35 years and a Concordia graduate. Good luck with the case.
Yeah, hi, I'm Tim Cummings. I was in the financial services industry for many years. I'm retired now, and I wish you luck as well.
Morning, Derek Jimenez. I'm CFO at Arden, a local retailer in Montreal. Been in Angel for 20 years and studied at Concordia as well.
John McMeehan, Director of E-commerce and Digital Strategy at Arden Retailer here in Canada. Hello.
Good morning, judges. Today, our client is CSL. We know that CSL is the world-leading company in sustainable maritime industry, and they are the first to initiate decarbonized logistics. We know that in today's world, we have let external parties to determine our fate. Politics, policies, regulations. We've waited for them to give enough pressures to our client to value our innovation. So the question today is not about innovation. We know that CSL have that. The question is to make sure that our customers value that innovation. And we're here today to give you a strategy that we will be the trendsetters of the industry. First, we need to identify which customer segments should we focus on. We know that CSL have three main customer groups, and that is construction, bulk commodities, and agriculture. So we have decided to focus on one of the customer segments, and that is construction, for three specific reasons. First is the greenhouse emission contribution. We see that construction continues to have the largest contributor to greenhouse gases, and that taking up to 37% of the world global emission. Second would be CAGR. Based on the growth rate that we see in the last few years, construction remains to be 6%, and this is consistent growth. And finally, industry value. We see that construction is far ahead of the two other customer segments, being at 16 trillion compared to 800 billion and 200 billion of the other industries that CSL is in. Therefore, we have concluded to focus on the construction industry. Second, now that we have decided on construction, we need to understand them. Why do they need us, and how we can help them? First of all, what is being shipped? Why do they need CSL in the first place? Based on our research, we have identified two main things that they're shipping. First, material, and second, heavy machinery. And that is taking up to 20% of their total cost. So based on that, construction company have three decision pillars: cost, reliability, and coverage. Let's dive into the first one, cost. We know that construction companies are thriving on low margins. They need to make sure that cost is low from the beginning to make sure that they are profitable. They have high cost fluctuations because of the unpredictability of the entire construction period, and they need a partner who can help them survive in this low margin industry. Second, reliability. They need it fast and they need it safe. They've invested so much in heavy machinery, materials. They need to make sure that it arrives in time, when they need it, and how they need it. They need us to make sure that based on their simultaneous activities, asking for permits, making sure the construction, the building, the framing, they need the materials to come at the right time. And finally, coverage. We see that most of CSL clients have projects in multiple regional locations, not just in one country, but many places. So they need a partner that can help them cover all the regional locations. So from that, we see that CSL value right now have all of their decision pillars, from competitive pricing, following costs, reliability, same with their decision pillars, and finally capacity assurance. So right now, CSL value actually works, but will it still work in the future? That is why they're not willing to pay today. It's because you can see that greenhouse emission, low greenhouse emission is not in their decision pillar. It's cost, reliability, coverage, but where is the decarbonized logistics that we stand by? That is why construction companies today don't see the tangible benefits of decarbonized logistics, and they perceive that there's potential in the future, but there is that gap.
Thank you, Claribel. Now, we cannot keep focusing on what has happened and what's happening right now, but also what's upcoming. If we see, and as we mentioned at the beginning, the pressures for decarbonizing the construction industry has been rising. By 2050, in Canada only, there is the goal to be zero net emissions. That's around 24 years from now. Now, if we see currently how the industry is doing, and if they continue by the rate, by 2050, they are estimated to have an 8% decrease emissions. However, the goal is to get by almost 0%, so almost a 95% decarbonization by the net zero carbon emission pathway. That huge gap is being built, however, is progressive. And that's why right now, construction companies are not realizing, and it's not within their decision pillars, therefore not valuing today, the zero emissions solutions or the green solutions that, for example, CSL is offering. That leaves us with a key insight. Firstly, how are these zero emissions going to be achieved in the construction? The main part, and there have been many studies about this, are the materials. Materials are going to be the key factor into how to evolve the construction into zero emissions. However, also transportation, efficiency, logistics, and processes within construction are highly important as well and cannot be dismissed. That gap that will keep increasing from today into the future is what creates the great potential, maybe not today, but that will be realized in the future. Therefore, what that leaves us with some intangible benefit today that potentially CSL cannot charge a premium because then their main benefit, which is being cost effective by being reliable, will be eliminated and they might go to the competition. But if we see the potential tangible benefit for tomorrow, we need to create a strategy where CSL first can justify all of the investments that it's doing on green emissions shipments, while also being the trendsetter of the industry and preparing for 2030 and 2050, where the industry will have a pivot change into becoming zero net emission.
We have seen what our customer needs, and we also know what the market is going for. There is gap, but there's also potential. And in our customers, they also know that there's a potential, but they are scared to go. And how can we make sure that our customers are getting what they want, and also we are gaining what we need? And this is our solution, short-term, long-term. How can we make sure we are working and we are achieving what we need in both of these terms? For short-term, right now, as Gabrielle mentioned before, we can't go for competitive pricing. So what can we do? We can improve our operational efficiency. We can reduce some of the costs that we have incurred. So in order to capture the value that's coming tomorrow, we will work and reduce the cost for today by reducing costs in our operations, AI optimization in our routes, and also updating the contracts for the future, and offering the intangible benefits to our clients. And in the long term, we want to leverage all those values we have created and all those demands to win the competitive advantage and also secure our positioning as the first early mover in this decarbonization in maritime industry. So by 2050, we will have the competitive advantage in this industry, and also we will see the economic value that we are creating and also our customers are getting. And our colleague Alejandro will deep dive into the solutions.
Thanks, Engjin. Going in depth in the short-term solution we have three main components. Firstly, we want to reduce the cost of operations. Why? Because in the short run, there's a bunch of different fees that we're paying that are not being completely compensated by the service. So what we want to achieve is basically reduce the operational efficiency by providing optimized routing, safe fueling, and max container utilization. So why is this going to work out? Because reducing controllable costs in the short run will allow us to incur some of the fees we're right now paying and making these profitable as well as efficient in the short run. So what's the key performance indicator for this specific aspect? We're going to have 5% reducing freight by expense by 2031. Going more into the second aspect of the solution is going to be prioritizing early adopters. And who are the early adopters here? They are the members of the construction industry. So we want to increase the contract length from 1 to 30 years. It is usually 1 to 20 years in the market. So we want to increase this by 10 years because we want to make them feel like they're a premium sort of customer. We want to make sure that this is a long-term commitment from both sides in which we can provide an active benefit in the short run, but also in the long run. And why will these work out? Because early adopters like personalized services. So by giving this sense of priority, putting them first in the list when it comes to shipping, will allow them as well to have more efficiency in the short run. So what's the KPI for this? We will have a 5% reduction in fuel consumption by 2031. And lastly, the last aspect of the short run solution is going to be tangible benefits and services as well. So we want to integrate a sustainability report towards the reports we are already doing. So talking more in detail, right now, we are providing assistance in terms of the auditing, and we feel like our team's prepared, our legal team's prepared because they already conduct a risk assessment. So we want to provide information about the trends, the legal aspects, everything necessary in the industry, so we can make sure to give them that information so that they can implement these green solutions as well within their internal structure. Because we know that they are not completely making the emissions throughout shipping, but rather throughout their internal operations. So by providing this report, we can make sure that they can as well make more efficient their cost structure internally. So what's going to be the KPI for this? We have a 10% increase on volume per client.
Now, all of these are great, and our solution in the short run has been tailored to what are the needs of our customers in the construction sector. However, we need to ensure also that our client, CSL, sees some value in it on the short run. Now, if I walk you through some numbers, we estimated around $900,000 that CSL is currently investing per client per year in just covering those costs of the 12% premium of using biofuels. If you have questions, I can walk you through those numbers, how they were calculated. But in average, a representative client, that's only one. So that's only one client, and that's only in 1 year. If we add them up, of course, they are huge costs, and we need to justify them. But more importantly, more than justify them with the future, we need to start seeing realized value in today. Now, also some of the trends is that the price increase of the biofuels will happen from about 0.5 to 1.5% in the short run. In the long run, this might be different. However, we are expecting this increasing. Therefore, the cost absorbed by CSL will also be increased. Now, what are some of the industry trends compared to our initial solution on cost reduction? It has been demonstrated by several case uses that up to 10% of reduction in the price of the freight cost can be reduced due to optimization and increasing the utilization rates. And up to 15% in the reduction of the fuel cost can be achieved by rerouting or creating more efficient paths. Now we know CSL is leading industry in Canada, and they have many of these software optimizations and strategies. However, it can be even better. Therefore, this is our path in the short run, so that by 2031, the cost absorbed by CSL per client per year will be more or will be less than what is actually being saved by our strategy. The two main components is first the AI optimization on the routes, which will be also part of powered by our clients, as in the contracts we will be negotiating not only to offer them fuel green solutions, but at the same time have more data and have more reliance on what's going to be their future demand and their future forecast, allowing CSL to be more efficient, at the same time to maximizing the utilization rates. This can be with two main things. The first one, by obtaining the data from the clients, and secondly, by also reviewing the contracts and as part of this negotiation, offering an exchange of having these biofuels for free, let's call it, to also have a more utilization and maximizing what they're shipping in each of the vessels that CSL is using. By this way, we can justify the cost absorbed today on CSL, and all of this is without considering the synergies that will be created in the future by the unrealized potential that the biofuels have today.
Having already managing the costs in the short run, now we go into the long run strategy. So this strategy will be based on contract design for long-term success of this overall strategy. So what we want to do in this strategy is, first of all, establish a dynamic profit-sharing contract so that we can make sure that we can share some of the long-term benefits these customers are also getting from our service. So why will this strategy be efficient? Because our contract will exploit the 30% deductible they will get by increasing as well and improving their green operations internally. Going more into the second part, we want to establish a minimum quantity commitments. We want to make them higher because we want to as well make sure that this long-term commitment doesn't represent an excessive cost for us. So it's usually within the 80% margin in the industry. We want to increase it by around 10% so that we can make sure that our containers work to the maximum capacity and we can keep these green procedures we want to follow. So why will this strategy be effective? Because increasing container capacity required by 10% in our contract will allow us to keep managing the cost while also maximizing the efficiency we have in the market. Lastly, we want to include a fee for route optimization. It is important to keep updated with the technological developments, and we understand that artificial intelligence is a big factor in reducing the time of shipping. So our idea is basically establishing a fixed, well, not a fixed, like a variable fee for this specific aspect, so that we can as well compensate for these development costs, and in this way keep achieving success in the long run. So overall, this whole solution, we have a 10% premium increase due to profit sharing contract.
Before going into the next slide, why is dynamic profit sharing key word in here? Because as we mentioned, construction has lower profit margins, they have a lot of uncertainty, and their success depends on the success of different projects. Therefore, by that time, the unrealized potential right now of biofuels will be on that time, and by creating this strategy, we will ensure to keep a healthy relationship with our customers by providing them a minimum profit sharing margin of their operations, and that way calculating the price of our contracts. But also we ensure to capture that value that we are certain that will happen in the long run by 2040 and 2050. This strategy will lead to approximately 10% increased premium, which in comparison to the 12% premium of the fuels might sound that CSL will still be losing money. Well, the answer is not quite. As I mentioned, the price of biofuels will decrease in the long run. In the short run, they might increase. However, the increased technology, increased innovation, and increased demands will definitely lower the fuel costs, and there are again several studies leading to this. Therefore, our strategy will not only ensure to cover that premium that the biofuel is creating for not only CSL but everyone around the world, that by 2050 everyone will be wanting to use, but also we are creating an extra-additional revenue profits or share of that incremental value that we are creating for CSL customers.
Based on the strategy we are offering you a 15-year-long implementation plan, considering that we are looking into long-term value. In the short run, we are giving you 5 years of plan. We want to first start developing our updated contracts first, but while doing so, we want to still keep going with the competitive pricing with our current customers to keep the retentions. And third, we want to operationally efficient and run all the efficient operations and reduce the cost while doing so in the short run. And finally, we want to start using our updated contract by the end of our short run. And in the long term, to 5 to 15 years, we want to continue signing our updated contract with our clients and also renew our past clients with our new contracts. And now we're going to transition from the competitor pricing into the new pricing strategy we will have. And also thirdly, we want to expand the customer base, not just only to construction, but also the raw material and agriculture we have. And fourth, we want to monitor the progress so far. And at the end of this 15 years, we want to win this competitive advantage in decarbonization in the maritime transportation industry. And here are some impacts we have. We will have 5% reducing freight expense by 2031, 5% reduction in fuel consumption by 2031, and 10% increase in volume per client.
And finally, we know that no plan is perfect, and there are always risks. Here are a list of risks we have identified, but we think that data overload would be one of the main things that they should think about. Now that we have more clients in, knowing that they get green emission reports from us, we need to make sure that we have enough capacity to handle that data. However, as you can see over here, the risk is something that we can control. There's high risk, high likelihood of this risk happening, but we can take control by upgrading digital infrastructure and focusing on crucial actionable data rather than just gathering.
Right now, the question is not about if CSL is on the right path, because definitely it is. On the future, there's high potential, and being the first one on the game by taking these actions will put them in a great position. However, it's now about into taking the actions to ensure that it is viable to remain like this for the next years until the demand increases and CSL is ready to capture all of that demands created. Thank you very much.
Okay, presentation period is up. We will now take it over to the judges for the question and answer period. Friendly reminder, the Q&A period does have a maximum length of 10 minutes. Judges, take it over to you guys.
Nothing beyond that, I don't know.
I can start. So, great presentation. I like the way you picked one industry to break down the issue and then roll that out to the rest of the business for the company. My question is, I was a bit confused in biofuel. I think one of your tables shows the biofuel cost increasing, and then you show that it's decreasing in a later slide.
That's correct. So on the short run, that's in about 5 years, the biofuel price is determined to increase due to also the decreasing price of oil and diesel. However, and if we see here, it's only until 2031 that it will keep increasing. If you can change to the next 2 slides. To the next slide. Next one. Next one. Sorry. Yes, however, in here we see that starting 2035, it will be the highest increment in 2030, and it will start decreasing to about 85% of the price that is right now due to the efficiencies and technology. So that first graph was only this first chunk.
Got it.
Yeah.
Good, thank you. One more question. 24 years out for the emission rules. It is a long time, 24 years in business. And in the shorter term, you're up against competition from your peers. I guess maybe the route optimization is something that will differentiate you from the others. Is that my understanding correct?
That's correct. And I can start first. 24 years, the pressure will be under their necks. However, even in 10 years from now, 2035, their pressure will be probably around their chest. So it's not going to take 24 years to capture that value. However, right now the focus is to how can we keep surviving through the strategy that CSL is creating right now and keep just developing more biofuel products while also ensuring to be prepared for the future. So you're correct.
Perfect, thank you.
One of the questions I had was related to the duration of the contracts. You said 5 to 15 years, I think you were referencing. In terms of long-term contracts, kind of I was under the impression that the duration of the contracts in the industry it doesn't go anywhere near 15 years. And would you see or anticipate maybe some resistance on the customer's part to enter into such long-term contracts? And do you also, follow-up question would be, your model, committing to a 15-year contract is almost an eternity. It just seems like a long time to, as a company, to commit to such a, kind of a locked-in position, if you will. So just interested in what you're thinking around that.
I'm sorry, are you asking about the implementation plan or
No, I'm talking
the
about the
contract?
contracts with, you're talking about contracts with customers going to as long as 30 years. I'm saying that my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, that I think the industry convention is for customers to sign contracts for, 3, 4, 5 years, but nothing really beyond that. So first question is, do you anticipate any pushback from customers in signing onto these long-term contracts?
Yes.
Was my first question.
So based on our research, we looked at the average time for the contracts within the industry, and it marked from 1 to 20 years. So the idea originally is to increase this contract length because we feel like our service is really future oriented. Like we want as well to reduce costs in the short run to make sure that we can reach that point, but the true value of these contract will be in the long run. So going more in depth about what you mentioned, we just considered that the overall pricing and how these things going to work, it's going to make it really efficient. We want to make sure that the whole value we provide stays until the long run. So that's why we followed this specific approach. In the short run, the objective is mainly to offer more of the complementary service aspect. So for example, we're offering more of the legal advisory, right? That we want to provide more information about the trends. We want to provide more reports about the sustainability aspect because we understand that in the short run, we must offer something specifically to make sure that we can reach the long-term aspect. And as the case mentions, right now, the main costs and the main deductibles are not coming specifically from the shipping. So by integrate these sort of complementary services, we can make sure that they also integrate these approaches, right, in their internal operations. So their benefit is not only coming from our shipping processes, but also from them collaborating with us, learning from our process and our reports, and then integrating that in their businesses to save some costs.
And just to add on, definitely we identify the risk that there might be some resistance. However, there are two main things that we are considering. The first one is we believe that CSL is creating more value than to actually what they might perceive as a loss when signing these contracts because of the biofuels without increased pricing directly to them and all of these added service. But also it's part of our prioritizing early adopters. So it's basically if you're not an early adopter in the future, you must stay behind and then we'll charge you an actual premium in the future. So you better want to start on that contract.
I have one more question, just related to contract and timing, more timing than contracts. But you talk about, and I like the fact as you mentioned that you focused on one industry and sort of drilled down. And then you talk about your longer term strategy, like 5 to 15 years. That seems like a long time to wait for some of the other two segments to kind of be folded into this program. Can you talk a little bit more about your thinking around that? Why wait that long? I understand that the pressures might be a little different for those other two, so as you point out, but I'm just curious as to your thinking around that.
Yeah, for sure. Can you go to the?
Yeah, definitely.
So the next.
I just run out of battery.
Oh, okay. I can just start.
That's fine.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So what we thought, the thought process behind the timeline was first that in the 5 years, we're gonna update the contract, and we believe that it takes long, and then also we don't want to make any mistake while updating the contract. So that's why we first put 5 years contract, and then also just looking at the other industries, we've seen that they're not growing as fast. So then we are anticipating they're not growing as fast. So then they're probably still like growing stable. So we can go to them. We can like start talking to them in after 5 years. Because right now like we're not entering to like this super risky things or like they're doing something that's super new right now. So they can wait for 5 years, and then while we have the perfect contract, then we want to enter just to mitigate some of the risks that the potential new contracts can come up with.
So guys, congratulations for your presentation. Very good in a very short period of time to come up with your presentation. There was a couple of things that I really liked about it. You mentioned things, for example, like optimization of routing, container utilization. All these things I think are good for mitigating the more expensive cost of the biofuels going forward. I won't touch on the longer term contracts, which has already been addressed. I did have a question about, you mentioned at one point in time there's a 30% tax deduction that comes from this, and I just wanted your feedback where that number comes from and what were you alluding to in that?
Yes, happy to answer that question. So while we were doing the research, we actually did research on, so what if the construction companies engage in decarbonization, will they ever get tax deductible? So from there, we learned that there's something called clean technology from Canada, which they deduct up to 30%. Sorry, my voice is and 30% tax deductibles if you engage in decarbonization while you're doing all your activity. So from there, we were able to got this. So now, if our client know this, they're more likely to come to us because we give that benefit to them.
Okay. And a question from my side. I don't know if we're okay
Yeah,
for time. Yeah, so I mean, look, excellent presentation. We'll give you some more detailed feedback, but super, super impressed. One of the questions I had was, so I think this short-term, long-run view makes a lot of sense. But some of these sort of strategies, let's say like reducing operating costs, prioritizing early adopters to a lesser extent than some of the consulting services and providing value, do you think there's a world where you maybe implement these things and don't burn biofuel and then just do biofuel in the longer term? Because look, if you can reduce your cost, why not just reduce that cost, stop burning bio, and make double the money? Or did you see that in sort of doing this analysis that, no, there is really still value in doing it today, and maybe that plant seeds for the future? Just interested in your view there.
Yes, 100%. That is a very clear concern, which is why it's added to our risk and mitigation slide. One of the risks that we have identified is that it's very unpredictable in terms of the technological uncertainty. And we know that in the short term, diesel oil is still the trend, and it is still the one that is most cost saving. That is why we think that it is a good mitigation strategy to invest in flexible technologies that can utilize both diesel oil and biofuel. And when the time is right, when we have drive that trend, we will be able to fully move into biofuel.
Really quick, we know that CSL has 3 main pillars. We want to add to that 4th pillar, sustainability. And to have that really strong, we need to start today in order to be ready for tomorrow.
Perfect. Time is up. Thank you, delegates, so much, and thank you, judges, for your participation. I will ask everyone, aside from the judges, to leave the room so that we can prepare for the next presentation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much
so
for
much.
your time.
Nice to
Kareem,
meet you.
very nice to meet you.
Brandon, nice
Brandon,
to meet you.
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
Robert. Brandon, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Here you go. Brandon, nice to meet you. Brandon, nice to meet you.
All right, now that we're all settled in, hello everyone, my name is Tyson Stock. I will be your timekeeper for the day. Before we continue, I would just like to confirm that you guys are Team D.
Yes.
Correct, perfect. In terms of the rulings, you guys are obviously familiar with it, but I will hold up a timesheet when there's 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, as well as 30 seconds remaining. The final 10 seconds of the presentation, I will do a countdown of my fingers, after which you must stop talking immediately. Following this period, there will be a 10-minute question and answer period. I would like to remind you that all teams must present for a minimum of 15 minutes, and all team members must speak throughout the process of this presentation. However, that is not the case for the Q&A period. Audience members, I would like to remind you to please remain seated for the duration of the presentation and Q&A period, as well as, for the full presentation Q&A period, apologies, and we'll now take it over to the judges to introduce themselves, and once they are done, you may begin your presentation and the time will start. Go ahead, judges.
Oh, sorry. John Castellan. I'm with CSL. I'm on our commercial team. Handle our construction material accounts.
Robert Sadkirski, graduate of Concordia, semi-retired banker, 35 years in the business. Good luck on the case.
Tim Cummings. I also am a graduate from Concordia. I was in the financial services industry for many years, and I'm retired now. And looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Derek Jones, CFO at a Canadian retailer, Concordia graduate, and been in retail for a couple of decades.
Dominic Meenan, Director of E-commerce and Digital Strategy for Canadian Retail here in Canada. Go through your presentation.
Go for it.
So how does a company that was ahead of the sustainability change now begin harvesting that value and that green premium from its clients? Well, we think today we're going to convince you on how we can make that interconnected landscape across Montreal, the Great Lakes, and the St. Lawrence Seaway, and into how CSL can begin gaining that value from their existing customers. We first started off with the problem statement of how can CSL capture economic value from the decarbonized logistics? And through our two main analysis points, disjoint transportation and a lack of transparency, we thought of the best solution, Green SL, a green corridor initiative which is end-to-end greenification through the green corridor to consolidate every step of the value chain of our clients, and emissions tracking transparency, acting on Canada's pressure for Scope 3 emissions tracking through digital twins and certifications. And we think over the next 5 years, this brings quite a lot of monetary and also sustainability impact, with 5.6 million NPV by 2030, 12% of all volume going through the green corridors by 2030 in these shipping locations, and 19.5 incremental revenue by 2030 over this 5-year period.
Now, to get us started, we know that companies really care about sustainability. In fact, 82% of companies are willing to pay a premium for that green shipping or that green transportation. Now, the reason why they really care about this is because it directly impacts their customers and the revenue they're able to make. In fact, customers are willing to pay a 9.7% premium on the average price of goods because it has that green and sustainable sourcing. Additionally, 46% of customers are willing to shift to different products even though they might not be as familiar or as loyal to that company simply because of that sustainable sourcing. But the thing is, for CSL, this doesn't exactly equate. They don't see that customers are willing to pay more. And the reason why is because maritime shipping only makes up about 1% of businesses' total supply chain emissions. This is an incredibly small percentage, meaning that for companies, investing and taking on something that's new and potentially risky is not worth it. There's a little ROI and little decreases in the total amount of greenhouse gas emissions that they're emitting. So, with maritime shipping making up such a small proportion of total emissions, businesses are not willing to pay extra because of that low ROI. So that means that CSL has to take that additional step to solve other problems in order to stand out and to make those consumers and businesses want to pay more for these services. Now, in order to do that, they need to make sure that they are solving a couple of key pain points, and we boil down two that we believe are going to be the most impact and the most feasible for us to solve. First is that disjointed transportation industry. 38% of companies are searching for ways for risk-proof and to optimize their supply chains. However, with less than 10% of companies operating multimode transportation, it's incredibly hard to do so. They're going to have to go through multiple different suppliers or different transporters in order to do so, making it hard to communicate and making there a lot of additional room for there to be supply chain problems. Now, the other option is vertically integrating, but that's expensive, costly, and timely, making that not the best opportunity for a lot of different businesses. Now, the second key pain point is that there's low trackability of green initiatives. In general, companies tend to not always be the most transparent when it comes to different parts of their business. However, with only 36% of maritime companies having formal sustainability reports, and even a lower percentage saying how much greenhouse gas emissions each trip actually emits, it's incredibly difficult for companies to actually tell their consumers how much greenhouse gas emissions they're making and making sure that they are meeting those government standards. And so, if CSL can solve these key pain points for businesses, they will be able to differentiate themselves and raise business willingness to pay for all of our services, including that maritime shipping. Now, to summarize, while businesses are willing to pay for those green initiatives, we know that maritime shipping does not always provide that large enough ROI to make that investment worthwhile. So to differentiate ourselves, we must solve the additional key pain points of that discontinuity within the transportation industry, as well as making sure that we are being transparent in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions that we are emitting each trip in order to stand out and improve that willingness to pay for our consumers. Now, how exactly are we going to do that? Brandon?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Evelyn. And with that, we're thrilled to introduce our two-pronged solution, Green SL. A two-part strategy that first looks at how we're consolidating that value chain across these green shipping corridors, and then how we're taking that a step further and also introducing emissions tracking and transparency, acting on Canada's pressure for Scope 3 emissions tracking through digital twins and certifications. Now, as Evelyn just mentioned, the value chain is very fragmented, with shipping ports and vessels all scattered across this shipping corridor that we have. What we want to do is introduce a green shipping corridor that consolidates all of these players into one. And so the real benefits here is we get lower emissions through partnering with major port hubs where green technologies and zero emission ships are used, while also consolidating that value chain, defining operations through our collective partners. And in order to do this, we're going to be partnering with D&V Consulting, using their services to establish a green shipping corridor from their experience as a multinational green shipping corridor, as well as advising on over 57 plus green shipping corridor projects. But of course, now that we know what our solution is, let's talk about how it's actually going to work. We see that the maritime transportation is split into three key players. Of course, that transportation vessels that we currently operate, the energy carriers, and finally, those shipping ports. So in other words, what are the specific type of inputs and partners that we need to find in order to create a green shipping corridor in the Great Lakes Basin to the St. Lawrence Seaway? Well, to start, let's look at transportation as that first key player. And it's here where we see that the requirements is that ships must have the right, firstly, infrastructure in place to operate using these green fuels. And this includes using zero emission fuel tanks, as well as suitable energy converters. What's great is that CSL already has a fleet of over 98 vessels that support this, including a biofuel deployment across nearly half of our Canadian fleet, as well as full zero emissions across our entire CSL fleet, voyage optimization through data-driven insights and fuel efficiency systems, and most importantly is that emissions measurement, where we can provide verification through our various reporting platforms. But of course, with the easiest one out of the way in transportation, that leads us to the next step of energy carriers. When looking at the specific type of partners that we want to find for these energy carriers for this green shipping corridor, the main inputs here is we need those who can supply, firstly, that biofuel energy, as well as those who have that net zero emissions profile. So the potential partners here are companies like Canada Clean Fuel, as well as Marine Petrobulk. The reason we chose these as sort of a high potential partner is first is their scalability, because they not only supply biofuel, but also other grades of fuel. So if you look to scale this corridor in the future with other types of ships, then it's very easy because we have that compatible fuel already, as well as their established presence in Canada with existing operations all across the nation. And most importantly is they already have ESG funding and grants from programs from the government because they meet those ESG requirements. Next, moving on to the shipping ports, the main requirements here is we need firstly those who have that zero emission infrastructure, the shore power, alternative fuel bunkering, and electrified cargo handling equipment. And so we've narrowed this down into, firstly, the Port of Montreal, as they rank as Canada's most innovative and sustainable port, meeting these main shipping requirements, and the Duluth Superior Port, which is the farthest inland freshwater seaport and Great Lakes seaport by tonnage. So this obviously brings us halfway there, because now that we've got to these shipping ports, the cargo still needs to get shipped to wherever the destination that it needs to end up in. Which is why we're really taking this solution one step further and building upon it by also including the on-land logistics for this green shipping corridor. And so we can see here that for these on-land logistics, we're going to be consolidating the entire maritime transportation by bringing it all the way through. For this, we'll be partnering with Solistica, which has shipping operations across North America. They operate in 6 regions around the globe with inland terminals and depots for storage, as well as that ESG tracking that already fits into what we're trying to solve with this green corridor and allows us to have tracking throughout our entire value chain. And so all in all, this allows us to create an entire value chain that's supported with, again, that ESG tracking from the step of transportation all the way through to its destination.
So now that my partner Brandon has shared how exactly we're going to be building that CSL Green Corridor, it's up to us to really prove to our key clients and customers that that greenification strategy is not only an advantage, but a necessity. So I'd love to take a step back and really look into what the status quo is right now when it comes to the Government of Canada's policies surrounding that green corridor and maritime transportation. So taking a step back and looking at the emissions plan, we know that Canada is on the forefront of maritime greenification and policies. We know that Canada recently signed the Clyde Declaration for Green Corridors and has agreed to support the establishment of zero-emission green corridors in our country. But there's also a corporate motivation as well for the establishment of these corridors, as companies are increasingly relying on Scope 3 emissions reporting accountability through all of their standards. We understand that there's a combination of policy scaffolding measures as well as internal corporate motivation to really justify why it's so important right now to build out that pressure and address that pressure to us reporting Scope 3 standards. So the key question that really motivated the second prong of our solution is to really address how CSL can ride that wave and ride that increased renewed interest in Scope 3 emissions tracking and turn it into a key value driver to convince these companies to get on board with our value proposition of greenification. So judges, we're really excited to share the second prong, which focuses on digital twins and gold standard certifications as a measure and means of tracking those Scope 3 emissions that we really want to sell to these companies. Beginning with digital twins, through the solution, we believe we can really optimize fuel consumption and track those emissions before they even occur. So to really give you an image of what digital twins look like, these are industry standards in terms of offering a dynamic representation of these physical assets, and they continuously update them with data as it occurs. So for example, in the case of a real vessel like the KPI Cruiser, we see that it offers a digital twin that has and tracks its engine hours, maintenance, routine stress levels, as well as the different routes that it operates on. And what this means and how it translates for CSL's operations is that we plan on gradually rolling out this digital twin infrastructure to both CSL assets as well as the other green corridor vehicles that we mentioned we'd be partnering with and implementing throughout our passages. As for the core benefits that we foresee with this digital twin technology, we really see threefold benefits when it comes to sustainability. The first is the optimization of fuel consumption for all of our vessels and our partner vessels. The second is streamlined route planning, and the third is increased and improved resource allocation. Ultimately, what digital twins are really able to bring for us is reduced carbon emissions, sustained energy consumption, and environmental impact, all of which will help us align with the industry goals and help further our clients' needs as well as when it comes to that Scope 3 emissions tracking. The key value proposition is that they can now sustainably and reliably track those Scope 3 emissions, which we understand they're facing a lot of pressure to do based on the Government of Canada's policies. But of course, the next question becomes, how can we really sell that to our clients? And how can we make sure that they truly understand the value of what we're going to be offering them through the Green SL solution? Well, the answer to that is really these gold standard certifications. We're going to be following up and augmenting the work that we're already proposing to do with DNV through their Quality Systems Certification Program. As such, we have a reliable measure of really building and protecting CSL brand and loyalty. By using the Tag, Trace, and Trust program, we're really able to ensure the origin of each of our assets and make sure that our clients have a straight through line into seeing how exactly we're able to do that and maintain their vehicles as well. Ultimately, we're going to be doing so by issuing statements, tagging different assets, as well as helping our clients track exactly their end-to-end value chain from scope 1, 2 to 3 emissions throughout the way. And this will be powered by our partnership with DNV, as well as the CSL Green Partnership as well overall. In terms of how we plan to make this work, we're going to be hiring client ESG liaisons, whose entire goal is to really help us sell the value add of CSL as that green partner. They're going to be communicating the key benefits of these sustainability and tracing initiatives to both existing clients and new ones, ultimately providing cross-sell opportunities when it comes to our largest partners, and charge a premium for our different green policies so that we're able to have new value creation through these new roles. So in this prong 2 of the solution, we really talked about that digital twin solution to help us optimize scope 3 tracking, as well as communicating that to the end clients to really show that value creation driver and that value add. And as a key result, the clients are able to be sold on this end-to-end tracking capability on top of providing the green logistics. But zooming out again, let's look at what this really means for CSL as a company. Through Brandon's prong, we're able to now be positioned as the Canadian logistics leader when it comes to spearheading that great change for sustainability. We're going to be helping Canada further its agenda in terms of achieving net zero by 2050. And we're placing CSL at the forefront of association with that maritime green corridor linking. On the other hand, we're going to be able to really communicate those changes to our clients and really build that key value creation driver to get them on board in terms of investing in the premium that comes with several of these initiatives. Of course, every solution comes with an implementation timeline for success. And we wanted to share with you how we were able to take this idea from vision to storyboard. And so for the CSL Green Corridor, we want to begin by identifying major ports along the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Passage. And we actually took the liberty of getting your team started with where exactly we want to be launching. So by 2028, we foresee the launch of this Green Corridor initiative in the key ports of Montreal and Duluth-Superior, before moving on to other ports of interest along that Great Lakes Basin area. We want to also focus on having a pilot program to make sure that all of our different strategies are tested and ensured to succeed because we're working so closely with so many different partners. I want to call out as well the HR steps in terms of our implementation timeline, where we plan to be hiring roughly 13 different liaisons as well as DNV partners to make sure that we're fully on board and fully equipped to handle the volume that we plan to see in terms of this Green Corridor initiative. When I'm pivoting it into the digital twin infrastructure development, we want to really leverage that connection with DNV once again and hire that liaison team to work with them closely to make sure that this is not a greenwashing initiative, but something that is intended and intentional in terms of building that green corridor for Canada for generations.
Thank you. And of course, every solution also does come with a few risks. And while I'm happy to go through a little bit more of them in Q&A, just want to highlight the main one is the crowding out of businesses due to the cost of additional services. So obviously, no company wants to pay extra when there's no value behind that, right? And that's really where we think our solution is telling these companies that, hey, you have to do scope 3 emission transparency and tracking either way. Let us do it for you for a fraction of the cost that it might cost for you to implement that solution in your own operations. And now actually getting onto the finance part and something that I'm a little bit more excited about, we actually get roughly $11 million of incremental revenue by 2030. And the two main drivers of this revenue are the ESG premiums on our own shipping lanes and our own shipping containers, and also a percentage of freight rates that we're going to charge to the other shipping companies that use the green corridors. We have some assumptions that I'm happy to walk you through Q&A, but overall, these are the two main revenue streams that we think are going to give us the cost and sort of the time that we took to implement all these sustainability initiatives. And we think even beyond 2030, this is going to be a significant impact that can also be extended to CSL operations worldwide. As for the cost, there's really 5 main areas. The hiring, as Amy mentioned, the software build out for the digital twins, additional maintenance for that software, contingency just in case, and also profit sharing with DNV, because DNV is going to be the one hired to sort of help us build this green corridor. So we think the best way to actually pay for that is through a profit sharing agreement where they can take up to 20 to 30% of the profits that we generate from our 2 revenue streams rather than us having a cost right away. And we think this helps us, one, with when we discount it back to the present value, becomes a little bit cheaper. And we think DNB also seeing the value in this for the Canadian shipping and the US shipping lanes and how that's going to be improving over time. And so the key drivers here are 13 new liaisons for the hiring, 20% of Green Corridor profit sharing with DNB, and also the $3 million digital twin build-out cost that we saw when we did our research. And so what does this solution actually bring? Well, we want to highlight these 3 figures once again. In the 5 years up until the end of 2030, we have 12% of total volume going through the Green Corridors in the St. Lawrence Green Lake Seaway. We have a $5.6 million NPV and over $19 million of incremental revenue in just those 5 years alone. And given that the implementation only really starts in the 3rd year, we think if we extend this beyond 5, maybe even to 10, 15 years, this is going to not just pay for all the work and effort we put in the past years with the biofuel, but allow CSL to be a transformational leader in the Canadian and worldwide sustainability space. Thank you very much, and we'd like to open the floor to any questions.
Okay, perfect. Presentation is up. Thank you so much, delegates. We will now begin the question and answer period. Friendly reminder, the Q&A period does have a maximum length of 10 minutes, and we'll take it over to the judges for questions.
I have a question. So great presentation. Thank you for that. How do you see the sequencing of rolling this out against the customer base? So, you know, the different customers that exist within the portfolio. How do you see this working its way through? So would you start with, construction, what does that look like?
Yeah, that's a great question. So if I may move on to here. So we looked at what type of ships they actually have in this area, and we saw that mainly it's self-unloaders and bulk carriers with a cement ship, but that one is actually through a joint venture. So the 2 main types of ships that we have are kind of general transportation ships, so we don't think there's going to be necessarily a difference in the type of customers that we expect to load this out onto, because the transportation methods on and off of these ships are going to be similar. So we think that hiring one transportation company, as Brandon mentioned, is going to allow us to still appeal to the different types of customers. And when we look at the specific products, I believe it was the input for aluminum, also different types of ores that are really often transported across the Great Basin region. And so we think in general that plus, I believe, grain that's also transported has a very similar method no matter sort of where it's going, whether it's loaded on trains, trucks, right after being loaded off the ships. So we don't think there's going to be difficulty in changing for the different customer types because the customer types are inherently similar.
But so follow-up question would be, do they have the same underlying motivation or sense of urgency to go ahead and sign up for this?
Yes, I think that's another great question, and I think that's where we're going to start a little bit more with the sort of upstream suppliers in terms of those that are moving the raw materials, because a lot of the times now with the Scope 3 emissions and emissions tracking in general, you want to see the chain all the way from the suppliers. If the suppliers are not able to show their customers down the chain that, hey, we're actually trying to be sustainable in the way that's possible, especially in Canada, given the regulatory sort of environment that's been made for sustainability to take steps forward, we think that these raw material carriers and customers are going to be the first to implement the solutions that we've brought forth today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys, for your presentation. There was a number of things in there that I liked from you. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Building transparency for value added was one thing that I focused on. And I was wondering, because that I think will be a challenge to convince your clients as to the value added of this. And can you maybe give me a little bit more detail on how you want to build this value added there, so for the transparency aspect of it?
Yeah, I think I'll start it off and then Amy can add on. I think the main idea here is we don't just share we want to share to our clients what this value add means for them. Yes, they're paying a premium on top of their services for us. If they're paying a premium on top of their services to us, we give them the transparency for sustainability. And once we give them the transparency for sustainability, they can pass that on down the chain to their consumers, who McKinsey has shown can pay a range from 15 to 50, or from no premium to more than 10% for the sustainability initiatives. So we think that this cost that's associated with our sustainability services is going to be passed down to the end consumers, and our clients are going to take a margin difference in between what their customers are paying and the incremental cost that they're paying to us. So that's what we really want to communicate to our clients.
I would say Green put it perfectly, and I would just love to complement his perspective with some more of this policy arm. So we see that there's a lot of pressure right now in terms of Canadian governments putting pressure on corporations to really track down those Scope 3 emissions. So corporations currently are doing and accelerating in terms of tracking down and really reining in their Scope 1 and even Scope 2 emissions, but Scope 3 remains something of a question mark. And we want to be the leaders in this field and the first movers in terms of helping these large companies, our clients, track down those Scope 3 emissions. And we think as the first mover in this field in terms of greenifying that entire corridor will really help us provide that key value add.
I have a question. Excuse me. I'm not familiar with the pressure of the Scope 3, but my sense is that the pressure isn't as deep as what meets the eye. In other words, why are customers not gravitating to do this and accept it? So where is I'm missing that bit with respect to the regulatory part. Like, where is it? Like,
I think that's a great question, and there's almost two parts to it. The one part which you mentioned where maybe it's not as big as it meets the eye, there is that sort of regulatory compliance with Canadian Scope 3 emission guidelines. If you're not doing it, you're not gonna get, fined for it, right? And so I think the main value add that we tried to communicate today, and I'm sorry if it wasn't too clear, is that the companies we're working with and the clients that are gonna be paying extra for the services can then get extra value from their customers due to the greenifying of their operations, in which customers are able to pay more for services. So we really think that the margin that the customers are going to be paying more at the very end. So say those buying the steel, and the steel producers that are shipping the ore used to create that steel can then take a margin difference between what the customers are paying and what we charge them, and we think that this is going to be margin accretive overall for these consumers. And so while yes, there's a pressure from the government, financially it makes more sense than just looking at the government pressure saying, hey, you should be scared, that's why you should go with us.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
A question from my side. So it was clear on kind of the emissions tracking. Okay, you have this digital twin, you provide Scope 3 emissions, auditable numbers to your clients, and then you charge them a premium on the cost per ton. Can you walk me through sort of how we monetize the green shipping lanes? Like, okay, so you partner with the Port of Montreal. Like, where does that flow of cash? Who's paying what? What are they paying it on? And how does CSL capture that?
Yes, great question, and I love walking through this. So overall, we started with looking at just how many ships there are in this region. We saw 12 self-unloaders, 5 bulkers. From there, an assumption of how many shipments per week, given that there's quite a range of different locations, we thought 2 shipments per week seemed reasonable because it takes roughly 7 days to traverse from the start to the end. We don't think most shipments are doing that. And then from there, we looked at number of shipments per year, the total number of shipments, and then we looked at the number of ports. Looked at the 10 ports, which were the major, and they had 80%. We assumed that 80% of those 10 major ports had, those 10 major ports had 80% of the port volume. Then those are the 10 ports that we wanted to look at for the green lanes. So we started with 2 in 2028, moving on to 4 and 6 by 2030. And then from those, we can calculate the volume of shipments reached. Then looking at the cargo volume per ship, this is based on the data that I showed you earlier where we looked at the ships in this region and what the metric ton was. Then looked at the total ship volume per year based on the number of shipments per year. Then looked at the total ship volume. Then looked at the ideal green corridor volume. So if shipments were at 100% utilization, took a little bit of a discount because we don't think that these shipments are full all the time. And then from that, got the total volume shipped per year on our ships. Then applied that 15% ESG premium based on the McKinsey study that we saw onto the overall freight revenue, which is based on the $10 per freight rate. That's how we got our incremental freight revenue just from our ships, using the biofuels and also the green corridors. And then later on, we also just looked at what the profit looks like based on the premium of the biofuel. So just seeing it was 70 cents on the dollar. And then we also looked at the green corridors. So again, looked at the total volume per year in the area itself, then looked at the volume through the green corridors, again, based on that 90%, or based on that 80% port volume, based on the number of ports, and then looked at how many ships do we think are actually willing to pay for our service, and that's where we took a really conservative haircut, because we don't think everyone is going to be doing this, because maybe not everyone has clients that need this, so we only assumed 50% of the intercepted volume is actually going to be paying a small premium of 5% on that $10 freight rate, and so with that we got to our overall revenue figures that you see down here.
So this is CSL carries cargo on a biofuel ship, and then a portion of the customers pay.
So this is, up here is CSL carries cargo on a biofuel ship, and we're getting a 15% premium because it's biofuel doing the whole green corridor. And down here is we have other customers that can travel through our green corridor. We can give them the same services we just made for ourselves. So we're almost outsourcing all of this work that we did for a 5% premium on their freight rate. So they can do the same tracking, and then now we can take a little bit of a margin, and that's really going to be the
so
majority.
we would take
driver.
like 5% on the freight of, let's say, every ship that was willing to pay going to the Port of Montreal.
Not even every ship that's willing to pay, but I guess, yeah, every ship that's willing to pay for the green corridor tracking, because...
So if you go to Montreal or Duluth or...
Yes, if they want that data, if they want to share it to their customers, 5% is all they need to pay.
Okay.
And given the volume of ships, we think that's reasonable, one, for them to pay, and reasonable for us to charge.
That is unfortunately the end of the Q&A period. The timer is up. Thank you so much, delegates and judges. Quick round of applause. Thank you for your participation. I will ask everyone to leave the room, aside from the judges, so that the deliberation period can start. Thank you so much for your time.
Good work.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Jason.
Jason, nice to meet you.
Hi, Bailey.
Bailey, nice to meet you.
I'm Bailey.
Perfect. Now that we're all settled in. Hello, everyone. My name is Tyson Stock. I'm going to be your timekeeper for the day. Before we continue, I would just like to confirm you guys are Team A.
Yes.
Correct. Perfect. So basically how this works in terms of ruling, I will show you warning signs and lift them up in the air for when you have 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds remaining. And the final 10 seconds of the timer will be a countdown with my fingers. After that countdown is complete, no one is allowed to continue the presentation. This will be followed up by a 10-minute Q&A period where the judges will ask you guys questions. I would like to remind you that all teams must present for a minimum of 15 minutes, where each team member has to have the opportunity to speak at some point during the presentation, but not necessarily during the Q&A period. Audience members, I would like to ask you to please place your phones on silent for the duration of the presentation and the Q&A period. We will now take it over to the judges to introduce themselves, and once they are done, we will begin the presentation and the timer will start. Judges?
Yes, my name's John Castellar, and I'm with CSL. I'm on our commercial team, and I handle our construction material accounts.
Robert Sadkowski, semi-retired former banker, 35 years in the business, Concordia graduate. Good luck on the case.
Hi, I'm Tim Cummings. I was in the financial services industry for many years, and I wish you all the best luck in the case.
Derek JMUCC, CFO at Ardennes, Canadian fast fashion retailer, Concordia graduate. Best of luck.
John McMillian, Director of E-commerce and Digital Strategy for Canadian retailer, and good luck to me.
Alright. Archimedes' principle states that the buoyancy of an object is equal to the weight of the water that it displaces. So if the weight of something is greater than the weight displacement of the water, it sinks. If it's lighter, then it floats. This is the principle that ships use to float on the water. And it involves balance. And balance is not just important for ships, it's important for companies too. This is the key problem that CSL is facing currently. So they have invested heavily into sustainability, which is a core value of theirs. However, they have yet to see the profits in sustainability. And so they are currently at a crossroads where they must decide, do they continue investing in their sustainability efforts when they see that customers are not yet willing to pay for it? So if they fail to refocus their strategy, they risk sinking. My name is Bailey.
I'm Jason.
I'm Lauren.
And I'm Kelby.
And this is our presentation on CSL and their refocus strategy. So the core objective of the case is how can CSL capture economic value from decarbonized logistics when customers have yet to show a willingness to pay for this premium. And the key problems that we identified through our analysis are that customers are not willing to pay for premiums for decarbonized and green shipping, and then secondly, that CSL is not fully capitalizing on its current investments for the greatest efficiency. So after focusing on these key problems, we came up with our recommendation, which has two parts. First, to refocus. CSL should refocus their goals to focus on key sustainability initiatives while still hitting operational and financial goals. And then secondly, they should optimize by using AI optimization scheduling, arrival time estimation, as well as reduce fuel consumption. The impact that this recommendation has is that it helps build customer trust as well as realigns their sustainability goals to be actually successful. And then finally, it gains 1.6 million savings per customer. So how did we get to this conclusion? Well, we first have to ask ourselves a key question. Are customers willing to pay premiums for sustainability?
And so to answer this question, it's important to start by looking at where CSL lies in the greater maritime transportation industry, specifically in the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Seaway area. And so taking a look here, we can see that CSL Group is a major player compared to its major competitors, FedNav and Algoma. But it's also important to note that where it comes to their Scope 1 emissions, they have a very good low carbon shipping profile. So they're a leader when it comes to low carbon shipping. However, it's important to take a look at the customers as well. Who is using CSL? And so we see that among the customers, only 4% of Fortune 500 companies are on track to reach their carbon emission goals. Only 37% of companies include Scope 3 emissions in their reports. And then 80% of logistics customers are not willing to pay even a 10% premium
for a green product. And so what do these findings tell us? They tell us that when CSL is concerned of, do I report my scope 3 emissions to improve my sustainability goals, we see that not only is the competition not doing that, the customer's not doing that either. We also see that the major financial investments that CSL is putting into green technology might not even pay off when it comes to their consumer demand. And so with this, we have to reevaluate the internal structure of what CSL is doing right now and how that may change.
Yeah, the next thing we wanted to look at was kind of where their products are right now and how they're gaining value from this green effort that they've put forward. So taking a look at some of our current sustainability targets we highlighted from the company, they are aiming to reduce greenhouse gases and oil spills, and then also kind of modify that ballast and balance system, as well as just kind of working towards saving fuel and recycling any materials that they're using that are recyclable. And taking a look at the impact of these sustainability efforts on the financial side, we have a 0% change in revenue. We haven't started charging our customers anything more. We haven't seen any benefit from that. On the revenue side of things, well, we've also been taking an internal hit to costs with an increase in 12% of the fuel costs. And then taking a look at sustainability kind of on the opposite side of that, right? So we don't see any benefit financially, but on the sustainability side of things, we do see over 70% decrease in fuel when we choose to use that B100 biofuel instead of the MDO. All of this is to say that CSL's sustainability targets are not currently providing any financial value, but there is something to be said for that significant emissions goal that they're targeting.
And so based on this information, we're asking the questions, are customers willing to pay for premiums? And we find that CSL's customers are not willing to pay for premiums for decarbonization. And on the internal side of things, is CSL capturing economic value from their sustainability investments? Like Jason said, CSL is not capturing value on the financial side of things, despite positive environmental benefits with the reduced Scope 1 emissions.
Yeah, so now we've looked at both of these questions. We're looking at the case objective, and we want to talk about how we can strategically adjust CSL's goals while aligning their values. So we know that's important for CSL to maintain sustainability. When we looked at the case offered some different options on how we could approach that. They considered a green commercial offer. We immediately, after doing research into the customer base, proved that that was not feasible. That's not an option. We're not going to make any money. We're not going to do that. So we're going to look at what are we doing now where we might be complacent, things we can improve, things we can change. Where should we go? So looking at our internal and external question, as well as problem 1 and problem 2 that we've identified, we identify our 2-pronged solution, which is refocus and optimize. So first, we want to refocus, align key emission goals with their financial goals, and 2, we want to optimize. We want to leverage their current tools and resources to drive growth. So first, looking at CSL's goals and data need to be refined. So their long-term targets, first of all, the CO2 emissions goal they had was reduced by 35% by 2030. They're at 30% right now, so 2024. So they're doing really well on that goal right now, and so we want to keep that a similar goal going in the future so we can see it's quantifiable, we can see it there. Secondly, we want to reduce sulfur oxides by 95%. Based on every corporate tracking and governance report that we've read, starting from 2022 to 2025, we didn't see any mention of sulfur oxide reduction in their cases, so we're assuming that this goal was completely abandoned by the company, and we're not seeing any changes. And third, they're eliminating, third goal was eliminate ozone depleting substances, very vague, also no trackable KPIs on either of those last 2 goals. As you can say, these 2 goals are very similar to some of the companies that we talked about in the F500 companies who have very vague emissions goals that they're not meeting. So what we're seeing is that discrepancy between what CSL actually cares about and then the goals they have here. So the goals are vague, abandoned, and trackable. CSL stakeholders care about the sustainability and growth, and their current goals are encouraging complacency over innovation and growth. So what are our new goals? So first, we want to prioritize reliability and transparency. So report improvements on shipping time, enhance customer communication by embracing technology. So while we're showing customers maybe our sustainability improvements and efforts, we'll also be showing logistical and technological improvements as well. Secondly, we want to develop a customer ESG alignment plan. There's an ESG legal and sustainability officer within the company. We use a lot of large clients. We want to give them some time to talk with our sustainability officer to meet with their main customer contact. We want to create goals together for the client's emission goals. If client emission goals are something that's important to you, we can talk about how we can adapt some of our plans so that we can be aligned with our customers as well as with our values. This prevents any sort of premium that the customer might not want to be paying for green services that they're not using. And then third, we want to leverage eco-friendly AI to reduce biofuel costs. Looking at something like the Ocean Navigator project that was used to help map out the ocean using AI to help improve fleet times and weather and things like that. We want to do something. We want to start leveraging software like that, create new programs to increase efficiency, to decrease biofuel
price margin as well. And while we understand that, AI is a buzzword, everyone's saying it, leverage AI to do this, what we want to show is that while we're innovating sustainability, we're also innovating in AI, and we want to make sure that our customers see that we're aligned so they understand the value we're providing. So, our sustainable goals, they're going to create renewed customer trust by showing strategic realignment, emphasizing transparency, customer trust, and AI innovation, which lowers cost and improves customer service. So that's the first part of our plan, refocusing. And that solves our external question on how can we solve this problem of customers not being willing to pay. So what we're going to do is we're going to refocus and show them how we're aligning with our customers. Secondly, we're going to look at the second part of our solution, which is optimize.
So after refocusing and establishing new goals for CSL to achieve, how is CSL going to go about achieving those? And so we can do so through the technology and embracing technology like Helby mentioned earlier. And so there are 4 ways that AI specifically can be utilized in their current offerings to improve efficiency as well as maintain sustainability. And so that would be dynamic route optimization, predictive maintenance, cargo and container loading, as well as emissions tracking. So taking a deeper dive into dynamic route optimization. This is something that CSL already implements, but by refocusing the goals to focus on this, they can continue to improve upon that. So they could use AI to analyze the weather, water conditions, as well as fuel efficiency to optimize the routes, resulting in a potential 3 to 15% saving in fuel per year. Second, with predictive maintenance, CSL can use AI to analyze sensor data for predicting equipment failures, reducing maintenance costs by 50 to 70%, but also emphasizing one of those value propositions that CSL already offers of reliability. And then third, cargo and container loading. We saw that CSL had the current self-unloading vessel, and we suggested they implement AI into this current offering to reduce search time and to enhance inventory accuracy. So what's the significance of this? Implementing AI in unloading processes can reduce fuel costs by 10 to 25%. And then lastly, emissions tracking. So provide AI-driven dashboards for tracking and forecasting emissions, which is essential for not only adhering to new international regulations, which we always know is a frequently changing topic, but also to have greater transparency. And so all of these not only enrich, these prevent focusing on environmental goals which dilute their current value offering, but instead enrich those key pillars of reliability, capacity assurance, and competitive pricing. And so all of this to say, we have the initial objective of how can Canada's steamship lines capture value from decarbonized logistics. And so we found that customers are not willing to pay premiums, so we refocused our goals, and then that CSL is not capturing value despite reduced emissions, and so now we suggest that CSL optimizes. But how are we going to implement this?
So we first want to know, what should CSL do first? So we listed their potential actions on an action priority matrix that displays high effort, high value, and then low effort, high value goals. We placed cargo and container AI improvement in the low effort, high value because they have already shown improvement in this area, as they are the first in the world to do a self-unloading vessel. And so adding AI in something that is already something that they're working on may be a low effort goal, but it's going to produce high value by increasing the inventory insights as well as transition time at the docks. Then they are also going to focus on emissions tracking and providing high visibility into data as well for their customers as well. So they already do some emission tracking already. However, we want them to incorporate AI into it as well for greater insights into data as well as forecasting emissions. And then finally, they're going to refocus their sustainability goals as the current ones are not as achievable as the new ones that we have proposed. And then secondly, the high effort, high value goals that they're going to work on next are the AI-driven route optimization. So this will help them reduce fuel, optimize fuel efficiency. And then secondly, predictive maintenance. So within the ships themselves, using AI to monitor when equipment will fail, and then predicting when those failures will happen to reduce downtime on equipment. And this is what this looks like on our and then so secondly, who are we going to establish buy-in from? The first are the customers. So these are the people that need to be communicated with frequently, managed closely, and have early inclusion. So they are going to need high visibility into ESG tracking so that they are able to report that as well. And then the Canadian government must be kept satisfied because we must keep in line with the regulations that they put forward. And then finally, the employees within CSL itself must be trained and kept informed about these new changes with AI that is now being added. And so how are we going to implement this on the timeline? Well, first, for the refocus portion of reprioritizing those goals, these will happen simultaneously and then be the guiding force throughout the rest of the implementation as you prioritize reliability and transparency, create customer ESG alignment plans, and then leverage eco-friendly AI to optimize costs. And then more on that AI in the optimization section of the implementation plan. The first easy wins, the low effort, high value comes first with the cargo and container optimization and the emissions tracking, implementing AI into those. And then comes the pilot program of AI route optimization, and then after the pilot program is a full launch of the AI optimization. Same thing with the predictive maintenance, starting with a pilot, tracking that with KPIs to ensure that it's meeting the desired outcomes, and then launching it fully after that pilot. So critical success factors to tracking this is fuel optimization. So biofuel causes a 20% or 12% increase in fuel costs. So our KPI for this is to reduce fuel consumption by 12% through the usage of AI. So in order to maintain the goals of sustainability while remaining profitable, they must reduce fuel consumption by 12%. And then secondly is to emphasize reliability, so ensure arrival time, which goes back to one of the core values of reliability. They must reinforce their position as a reliable partner and increase on-time arrival rates by 25%. And then lastly, continued sustainability. So after defining their sustainability goals, CSL must ensure that their new sustainability goals meet these new standards, and they are going to meet these by 100% because after we have readjusted them, they are more realistic and trackable.
Yeah, obviously it's easy to talk about all those things we want to implement and look at that timeline and see this is going to happen from month 0 to month 6, 6 to 12, so on and so forth. But obviously there are some risks with those lofty goals. So the major two risks we've identified within the refocus plan to kind of shift some of our goals is going to be reduced policy alignment with the Canadian government, and then also a shift from company values. And the two things that we've looked at to kind of reduce some of those risks would be to continue leveraging our industry low carbon levels, continue keeping half that fleet where we have it right now using the B100 fuel instead of the MDO. And also, as we go through this entire refocusing process, it's going to take a lot of important meetings, difficult discussions to just emphasize that our new goals are still aligning with our company's strategy and values. And then in the optimization portion of our solution, we kind of wanted to look at some of that AI stuff. We've thrown around AI a lot. We know that that's risky right now. So as we go through with that, we just want to make sure that we're targeting sustainable AI, implementing it, and then implementing an internal AI governance strategy. So as we start bringing in these new tools, making sure that everybody knows how they're supposed to be using them, how they can't be using them, the benefits, the drawbacks, all those sorts of things.
Yeah, for sure. So now looking into the impacts of this. So looking at the reduction in CSL's fuel costs will drive cost savings. So looking at leveraging AI to lower fuel costs. So looking at route optimization, AI can cut fuel consumption by up to 20%, which could save up to $1.68 million yearly for annual cargo per customer using biofuel. Especially for a lot of these larger clients, this is looking at 3 million tons of cargo per customer. So looking at that, these big customers, you can see that can seem like a really intimidating number, just saying, oh, we can, by doing this, we can just save $1.68 million per customer. But we're taking that aggressive look, seeing that in the future we can grow that to 20%, and these are also very large scale clients. And then looking at some of the operational impacts, so we're talking about our fleet route efficiency as well as customer trust and this strategic alignment. So as we can see, first of all, that customer trust again, we're working with our customers to find out what their goals they want to have in ESG, because we're already a leader in ESG like we talked about. We're leading in the low emissions, CSL is leading, we're driving that forward. And so then we can start to align with our customers and build that up. Second, the fleet route efficiency, continue to grow the fleet route efficiency and the strategic alignment. So by strategically realigning our goals, we can continue to grow. And so it might just seem like we're writing out some different goals to come up with a new plan, but CSL has limited resources, limited time, like any company does. Similar to how we only had 3 hours in the case to come up with what solutions we wanted to focus on, CSL only has so much time to decide what they're going to focus on. So looking at something like strategic alignment and where they're going to focus their time, we want to see a shift from sustainability to a shift to advancing technology, transparency, aligning with our customers. And so then looking at some of the cost savings, so with our regular MDO fuel that we use, we can see a reduction down to $6 million a year, and then we can see a reduction to $6.72 million a year on the biofuel. So you get the same reduction on both of them as well. So no matter what fuel costs we're using, it's not specific to what sustainable model we're using, we can still generate fuel cost savings, which is going to generate less emissions. So by refocusing CSL's goals and leveraging AI to optimize our fuel use, we'll generate operational and financial impact while maintaining our ESG goals.
So to recap, our objective was to figure out how can CSL capture economic value from its decarbonized logistics when customers have not shown a willingness to pay for it yet. And so we came up with our recommendation to refocus their sustainability goals and then to optimize through technology. And the impact has shown increased customer trust, sustainability realigned, and an increase in $1.68 million in savings per customer. So CSL does not have to abandon its sustainability goals. However, it must realign its goals as well as utilize the technology available so that the buoyancy of profitability can keep it afloat. Thank you. Any questions?
Sorry, I guess I'll just do a little transition. All right, thank you so much, delegates. We will now begin the question and answer period. Friendly reminder that this Q&A period does have a maximum length of 10 minutes, and we'll take it over to the judges for questions.
Cool. So, look, in the essence of time, great job. Really good presentation, start and super clear all the way through. So, kudos to you guys. Question from my side. So, I admire the stance, coming to the company and saying, hey, we're not necessarily aligned on the right path and you guys need to shift. I think that's, a great way to approach it, and, kudos there. On the biofuel specifically, and Jason, I think you mentioned it, but what's your view? Like, okay, customers aren't willing to pay. You say, hey, CSL, this is still a good thing to do. You should continue with the program, find other ways to save money to offset it. Or do you go, hey guys, people aren't interested, park it, save this money? Like, if you had that on-off switch, would you say continue with biofuel or should we stop?
Yeah, that was a big thing we considered, obviously, in the case, a huge portion of it. I think the main focus we had was aligning our company values with kind of the future of the company. So looking at that, the sustainability efforts that we've shown have been important to the company. And we've also been taking in those costs already. So that's something that we're already kind of working with. So we're focusing more on slowing down those sustainability efforts and not moving so rapidly ahead of the public policy, and more so staying where we are, slowing things down a little bit, but continuing what we've already done.
Cool.
And I'd add that CSL, sorry, Bailey, but CSL is doing great right now in hitting their emissions reductions, right? And that's through using biofuel because it's more efficient. So I think what we were showing kind of with the fuel reduction is kind of seeing how through both models you can do that. Obviously, CSL is optimizing their fleet to use biofuel as well. So there would be some cost, I'm sure, outside of just the actual fuel itself. We didn't do a lot of research on that. But by switching the fuel, obviously, to have the most optimal, usage of the fuel is going to change as you move back and forth between biofuel and MDO. So I would advise that they don't change that going forward. And then as we see how much fuel optimization we can generate, like through AI and things like that, what are those numbers actually going to turn out in the real world, and then kind of compare what's that margin look like at the end and go from there.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah, so great job. Very, very clear, no question on that front. One thing that's not clear to me is at an enterprise level, what's the financial impact of what you're proposing? Can you kind of walk me through that?
And so I think what we're looking at right now is they have a lot of AI tools that are already in-house. We looked at a couple of programs. I don't think we specifically put a number on, say, what would the financial impact look like based on implementing those AI softwares and things they're already doing. We're just looking at how we can refocus that. And so I think how we viewed it kind of is, we know the financial impact if we tried to focus on green commercial goals. Like it was going to lean net negative automatically. And so what we wanted to look at is focus more on what are the cost savings we can generate by implementing AI technologies, and then we can kind of go from there on how we break even, if that makes sense.
I think if I were sitting on the board of the company, I'd want to see that.
Yeah.
Like show me the money, in other words. And even if it's just still net negative, but I want to understand what it looks like. What am I signing up for?
I think one thing that's important about this case too is that we weren't given the number of customers, so we had the 1.7 million savings per customer. In the real world, ideally, we'd have that customer number there and be able to calculate that out.
But we could use that as if you said, okay, keep the math easy, $2 million a customer, multiply that by the number of customers. That's kind of the opportunity.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, congratulations, guys. There was a number of things that I liked about your presentation. I find that your slides were less busy than some of the other presenters, and that's for me that was important to keep it as simple as possible. I love your introduction using floating on the water, because simple stories can sometimes be a good way of selling a thing. The other thing I liked about your presentation is you focused right away on the problem, which is the clients didn't want to pay for the biofuel. I was curious about this particular graph here. You were saying cost savings around fuel type and after AI. How did you come up with that particular figure of cost savings? Was there some sort of report that gave you that?
Yeah, so there's actually, let me see if I click through. So there was a paper we referenced that was an international journal of like science and research talking about what kind of different models using AI could lead to fuel fleet optimization. And it started to average around 20, so we took the aggressive route. Obviously, we just wanted to see what the aggressive route would look like, and then you can scale it down from there. But since it was an academic paper, we took that as we can source this and then test it out, see how it goes, but we wanted to just show you what the impact may look like. So.
Good.
Is this also how you got to the 50 to 70% maintenance, reduced maintenance cost?
Bailey, if you want to cover that.
Yeah, that's also, it's on the source too, but we also benchmark that against other companies that are doing similar things. So if you go up one slide, so for example, Mayors has used AI-based route optimization in order to reduce their fuel costs, and that number was pulled from what they were able to achieve.
Yeah, I'd also add it's not like just 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 when you're like getting all these reductions. So it's kind of like how can you blend these together to create something that's customized specifically to CSL that's going to generate, the best cost reduction.
One question, great presentation. When you emphasize reliability, I believe you said increase ETA by 25%. Right there, yeah. I believe
it's the KPI.
Oh.
Yes, KPIs.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that, and again, I'm not an expert, create more fuel consumption? As if you're getting there quicker, you're consuming more fuel.
Oh, that's increase on time arrival estimation. So does the ship arrive at the time that we expect it to arrive?
Oh,
Whereas is there variant?
Okay,
is it late?
Yeah.
That kind of. So no, it's not getting there 25% quicker. Yes.
Yeah.
No, they're not supersonic ships.
Another question on the risks and mitigants. You talk about shift in values. Can you give me more color on that?
I'd love to start with that one. So when looking at this case, it was easy to say what's not profitable isn't good for the company. But here we wanted to keep in mind that what's important to the company also matters and what their founding values, what their identity is. And so with CSL, we wanted to make sure that they weren't losing that company identity, especially amongst their competitors mentioned in the competitive analysis, and making sure that, as we saw with revenue, they were in line with their closest competitor and a little bit behind the leader, but they were significantly behind with carbon emissions. So we wanted to make sure that they didn't lose that unique positioning amongst the other brands.
Yeah, and then I think another thing is like, this is just focusing on that could be a potential risk as you go through and create all these new goals. It's easy to get lost. And so our mitigation factor is just going to be, lots of meetings and gathering to kind of discuss that and make sure that these new goals that you are implementing do align with the company values.
We have time for 1 or 2 more questions if you guys want, but if not, that judges anything else?
Just a comment more than a question. I like the clarity. We all said the same thing, so we're in violent agreement on that, which is good. But I also like the 4-box approach that you used. You used it a couple of times. I thought that was, that really drives the point home. So good on you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Well, that concludes the Q&A session. Thank you, delegates and judges, for your participation. Quick round of applause for delegates. So I will ask everyone aside from the judges to leave the room so we can start preparing for the next presentation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, great work.
Thank you.
All good?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You get weekends, you get 2 days off at a time, you know? How do you go? Hey, how are you doing?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey,
Good.
Joe McElroy.
Hey, Joe.
Thank you. Garrett.
Nice to meet you.
Asa.
Asa,
Nice
nice
to
to
meet
meet you,
you.
yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, no worries. All right, now that we're all settled in, hello, my name is Tyson Stock. I'm going to be your timekeeper for the day. Before we continue, I would just like to confirm this is Team C.
Sir.
Fantastic, there we go. I'm sure you guys are familiar with the rules. In terms of timing, how it's going to work is I will hold up time sheets to display when you have 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, as well as 30 seconds remaining for the presentation, as well as the final 10 seconds will be a countdown with my fingers like this. As soon as that countdown is over, you must stop talking immediately. We will have a Q&A session of 10 minutes that follows immediately after. I would like to remind the presenting team that you must present for a minimum of 15 minutes, as well as each team member must speak during the presentation. However, that's not the case for the Q&A. As well as audience members, I would like you to please remain seated and keep your phone on silent for the remainder of the presentation and the Q&A period. We will now take it over to the judges so that they may introduce themselves, and once they are done, we'll get on with the presentation and the timer will start. Go ahead, judges.
Awesome. So my name is John Castellari, and I work at Canada Steamship Lines. I'm on our commercial team handling construction material accounts. Yeah, I appreciate you guys taking the time to put this together, and you're the first group to put a CSL ship on your title slide. So love that.
You're off to a good start. Robert Sedekerski, I am a Concordia grad, semi-retired banker, 35 years in banking, and good luck on the case.
I'm Tim Cummings. I'm also a Concordia grad. I was in the financial services industry for many, many years, and I wish you guys the best of luck in your presentation.
Derek Lewis, I'm CFO at Arnett, Canadian fast fashion retailer. Wishing you guys best of luck.
John McElminian, Director of E-commerce and Digital Strategy at RWCO Canadian Retailer, and good luck, Team C.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You want to start?
To quickly introduce ourselves, I'm Joe McElroy.
And Asa Ernest.
I'm Grady Marshall. I'm Garrett Rizzo.
And today we're going to outline our strategic plan and solutions for CSL.
I want to open up with a bit of an executive summary. We identified 2 key issues. First, the difficulty passing the price to the clients, and second, generally making a greener world. Looking at a lot of the numbers and the client base for CSL, we see the issue as being the clients do not have the margin to absorb the cost increases of the decarbonized ships. And because of this, we believe there's an opportunity to sell the decarbonized fleet to someone who has the strategic ability to operate them profitably, so we don't have to subsidize this, and instead we can drive into our core competencies of reliability, capacity assurance, and competitive pricing, where then the clients can reallocate capital towards what they want to do, which is make a greener world, operate more efficiently, and operate more carbon neutrally. It creates a lot of optimization and a lot of spots for saving money across the supply chain. We see a significant increase in green deals and volume of green deals over the last 10 years, and we believe there's a liquid market for an acquisition of the Canadian green fleet.
Awesome. And now moving into a company overview, and I know this presentation for this room for the day, and I know I won't pretend to know a fraction about CSL.
No, this is great.
But it's a very vital preamble to kind of what we're going to get into today. And understanding the business top to bottom is important to understanding our overarching thesis. So essentially, what does CSL do? The company moves bulk dry cargo, right? So it's not the shipping container ships, but this is the disaggregation of all the portfolio assets that the company moves. And where they got to where they are now is a very premier player in this space, is focusing on reliability, capacity assurance, and competitive pricing. And now, that's what's worked really well for CSL, but that's the crux of what is really important and what's vital for driving business in the door for all of these players in the space. And it's something CSL's done exceptionally well. But now we're pioneering into kind of a new frontier where we need to focus on green, but without compensation. This is what CSL is focused on, and it's why they're as successful as they have been. But we need to get here to encompass this as well without sacrificing this. And that's a really important theme that we're going to hit on throughout this presentation, is how do we maintain our core values with as wide of an operation as we have.
So the customer overview is important because it's who is purchasing this. Doing a little bit of a case study on the clients, we're seeing a lot of concrete manufacturers, gravel manufacturers, soybean farms. It's moving this bulk goods. These are like very, very low margin businesses. And in Joe's model, we looked at the biofuel shipping cost change is 17%. It's not that our clients aren't willing to go green. It's not that our clients don't want to go green. It's that the math doesn't make sense. These people cannot afford to pay extra for biofuel, and that's why we have had to subsidize it up to this point. Another big point in this is a lot of the shipping in the world is through 3PLs. It's not direct to consumer or direct B2B, it's through a 3PL. And 3PLs are not incentivized to decarbonize the same way our clients, our base clients may be. These 3PLs businesses work 100% based on how cheaply and how reliably can they move your goods for you and get that set up. So going to these 3PLs and saying, hey, we're gonna raise your prices is not an option. They're just gonna go to someone else who won't have the general goals we have. Another big part of this is only 1% of our customers' total carbon emissions are in this part of their transportation base. And if they're paying a 17% increase in their costs to ship for only 1% of their total emissions, that money is much better used elsewhere in their supply chain and elsewhere in their manufacturing process, where they can create significantly more carbon advantages than they could by using biodiesel with us.
Right, kind of moving into our situation overview in our proposal, we were tasked with the question of, is a green commercial offer viable within CLS's commercial customer base? And we had two questions that kind of went along with that, is there genuine customer willingness to engage and pay for low carbon logistics? And is the value tangible and worth the risk? Our answer was no, and we'll kind of cover why we didn't go with yes as well. But you can see at the bottom what we're going to go through today in our alternative strategies, our solution, the timeline and execution of our proposal, the implementation and feasibility of our proposal, and then finally the financial and operational impact we're going to have. And there's one key question I want you to have in your mind during the rest of the presentation, and it's how do we build on the current value proposition that has provided success for decades?
Going into some of the alternative ideas we looked at and why they may not have worked for us. For starters, everyone's first instinct is more green ships are going to be better. People want environmental friendliness, but it does not make sense with our margins, and it does not make sense to continue to subsidize ships that clients are not willing to pay for. Another thing is, hey, you have this big issue with your customer base not being able to afford it. Why don't you change your customer base to have higher margin companies? Well, this doesn't make sense because CSL's whole fleet is specifically made for these bulk shippers, and that would require an entirely new fleet and a massive capital investment. Another thing is CSL is not just a Canadian company. This is a global company, and global climate change and global decarbonization trends are not the same everywhere. For example, China still has 1,195 coal power plants, and they made like 67 more of them last year. So they're still heavy into the coal, and we don't believe we're going to see anything on that front. Carbon credits are another thing that comes up frequently. When we look at a case study of the companies that have had success with this, it's a much more complicated, much larger scale thing that we don't think CSL will be able to fully take advantage of. And this all comes down to when someone's looking for a freight broker, when someone's working with a freight broker to find someone to ship their goods, they are looking for price, reliability, and capacity assurance. Those are the three things they really, really care about. Less than 5% of people say carbon emissions are the most important thing when choosing a carrier. If we expand prices, we will just lose business. It is as simple as that.
Now moving into our core idea, it's selling the low carbon ships in our Canadian Great Lakes fleet. Right now, we're assuming that we have around 20 ships in that fleet, and we're assuming that 9 of them are part of that low carbon fleet. We want to sell all 9 of those. right? This would give us around $360 million in funds to do a couple different things. We want an updated fleet, we want higher capacity cargo, and we want to improve the operational efficiency of the business. This leans into all of our core competencies. This aligns with the core values of the business, like I said, serves the customer's needs, and opens the door for higher margin opportunities. To really hammer it home again, I know we've said it a lot, this current business model is just unsustainable for CSL and the client. We can't keep just absorbing those costs, and we don't think it's possible to move them on to the client. Moving into the execution timeline and some of our KPIs, we have a 3-phase plan. The first being 0 to 6 months, 6 to 12, and then a year plus. Starting at the beginning, we want to go to market for an advisor to do this very large asset sale. And then at the same time, we want to start identifying opportunities for future capital deployment from the funds we may get from that sale. We want that plan to be in place so when we have funds in our account, we can execute on that plan as fast as possible. The rest of the timeline kind of goes into receiving IOIs, LOIs, doing due diligence, and then closing the deal and executing on the plan. For our KPIs, we have a bull, bear, and base case. Funds from sales, our base case being $360 million, like I had said before, a profit increase of around $14 million, and an increased volume of around 10%. We're assuming we can add on about 8, from selling 9 ships, we can add on 18, making the fleet in the Canadian base 29 from 20, but the overall increased volume from the worldwide operations is going to be about 10%.
Awesome. Next, getting into who are the buyers. And we're focusing on large global asset managers. Reason being is they are placing a heavy premium right now, and we've seen through trends in the last 5 to 10 years, on balancing their asset portfolio. And what I mean by that is including or making sure there's a high amount of sustainably driven assets in their portfolio to balance out everything else going on. They're placing a premium on ESG driven companies. And looking specifically at the macro environment now as well. McKinsey's done a study that in the last, or from 2013 to 2023, we've seen a 66% growth in overall green M&A deals. Right? And one other thing I want to point out is when we look at some of our financial acquirers that we've broken out, HIG in 2022 did about $1 billion, increased their maritime portfolio in particular. So it's not just green and sustainably driven companies, but also maritime, which is exactly the place that CSL operates. HIG increased their maritime portfolio by $1 billion in 2022, and Brookfield by $6.1 billion. That's also in American markets where M&A went down 15% as a whole in that same year, further highlighting that premium that these companies are placing on green and maritime assets. Additionally, if I can't convince you there's liquidity and demand in this space from some of the deals and statistics in the last 5 years, how about 4 days ago? There's a deal that was done in the Canadian Great Lakes area where Mainstay sold a portion of their fleet to Algova Central. And the numbers, this deal hasn't closed yet, so the numbers aren't even available. But the one thing that was broken out was Algova Central is still founder-owned. And the reason why this deal took place was driving home, they wanted to similarly align their portfolio more with the core values that they had, which again is making sure they were staying sustainable with how they operate down in the Great Lakes region of Canada and keeping their area beautiful.
Awesome. Now let's get into the impact, some of the financials. I'm glad to hear that we have a CFO, a banker, and somebody who works at the company here to sort of, talk through that with us. I'm sure we'll get through some of it in the Q&A. But what we'll go over here is ultimately what happens when we sell these ships. Then what's the business model change when we do sell the ships? And then further on, okay, if we still want to have some green impact on the environment, what can we do moving forward with some of those cost savings and the money we raised from selling these ships? So ultimately, based on our research, we saw some of these ships going from anywhere between 25 and $50 million. We thought that for these ships we could ultimately sell each one for about $40 million, with 50% of the Canadian fleet being decarbonized. That's 9 total ships, getting us to about $360 total million. With the decarbonized ships being a little bit more expensive due to having to outfit them to be able to take biofuels, we think we could buy more regular non-decarbonized ships here, ultimately increasing our shipping capacity by about 10%, which we'll talk about later, that driving volume and revenue. And ultimately, it was actually fun to find. Surprisingly, to us, this was an extremely liquid market. Like we found online, what maybe you'd call a Craigslist or a Facebook marketplace for ships of these size with price listings online, ready to buy. And so we saw a lot of opportunity to be able to redeploy that capital and then, places that we could go sell our ships in the first place. Great. Now let's move into a little bit of the impact on the business model. Ultimately, through the case describing that CSL is subsidizing and taking losses on a lot of these low carbon ships, eating some of the losses for some of the biofuels, we estimated that about $5 million in profit was being lost per year. And additionally, taking into account the increase in volume that we could get from buying those new ships, driving further revenues, applying about a 20% EBITDA margin, which is what we found for the maritime shipping industry online. Gets us to about another $8.8 million in EBITDA saved here. So a total $14 million in profits saved for CSL, and which we can then redeploy into the business, or like we're going to talk about in a second, right now, further used to reduce our carbon emissions. So what we talked about with the customers earlier was that they're not positioned due to their margins to be able to try to pay for biofuels and reduce the total carbon emissions, and they don't even need to because 1% of their carbon emissions are in this part of the supply chain in the first place. So once we save that the money year to year, in our operating income, we could then redeploy that to a 501c3 nonprofit, like the example we highlighted here called One Tree Planted, that directly specializes in planting trees and sequestering carbon and saving the environment. So if you do some quick math on this here, let's say we can get about $15 million in trees planted per year from donating all of that operating income I talked about saving a second ago. Each tree, when it's fully grown, saves about 22 pounds of sequestered carbon a year. That gets us to about 3.3 billion pounds annually of CO2 saved. If you do the math on how much we're saving for biofuels right now, you see that we're only saving about 2.3 billion pounds per year from switching to biofuels. So actually saving this money, donating it to a nonprofit like One Tree Planet will eventually save more carbon than we otherwise would have, continuing to operate this fleet. But if you think globally outside of our business, we sold these ships to another operator. So they're going to be continuing to operate out in the world, continuing to save carbon. So total, by continuing to save, and adding the additional that we're saving from the donations, we're getting to about 5.6 billion, which represents a 143% increase in carbon saved from the 2.3 billion that we were already saving in the first place. All right, quickly to wrap up, we realized that the core values of this company are really what drives the customers to want to work with CSL. They don't really have the margin to pay for these drastically more expensive biofuels. And so what we did was recommend you sell this fleet and then redeploy that capital into something either better for the environment or your own business. We think it's extremely possible to sell a fleet due to recent deals that have happened, within Canada, inside of your exact territory. And then we are able to then redeploy some of that capital, redeploy some of that cost savings into new ships and into other areas that save the environment, and ultimately lead to a 143% increase in carbon saved over the previous plan. So thank you very much, and we're open for questions.
Thank you so much, delegates. We will now move on over to the Q&A period. Friendly reminder, the Q&A period does have a maximum length of 10 minutes, and we'll take it over to the judges for questions.
So a question on the selling off of the assets. So you take one of these investment type firms, you listed a few of them. What do you think their interest, are they going to operate these ships? How does BlackRock, or are you selling, half your office along with the business? How is that deal kind of structured?
So the most exciting part about this is, from my experience working at some of these firms over the last couple of years, their goals are different than an operator's goals. As someone who owns a bunch of businesses, their source of capital, things like endowment funds and pension funds, have much stricter ESG requirements on them than a firm like CSL. Because of this, they need to decarbonize and meet ESG goals across their whole portfolio. And a lot of the businesses they buy do not fit within those ESG goals, and those are vital for meeting those returns. So they need to go out and buy parts of businesses and businesses that meet their ESG goals aggressively to balance out the businesses and the parts of businesses they buy that don't meet their ESG goals.
Yeah.
I saw this firsthand this summer like 4 times, and it was the most interesting thing to me, and it was the first thing I thought of when we started reading this case.
So touching on, let me just touch on kind of, deal structure. These companies have massive multi-billion-dollar infrastructure funds, a lot of which they're running, they're running operating businesses, maritime operating businesses inside of. So most likely the structure of the deal would be a roll-up within one of those operating
Not to
businesses.
ramble, I had the fortunate opportunity to work with the financial institutions group this summer and saw one of these deals take place. But I fear of not losing my career before it starts, I won't touch on which one. But they brought a portion of the team over, so they weren't directly, they were the
Yeah, it
the
wasn't like,
whole
hey, here are the keys to the ship.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Cool.
You talk about the Macy selling to Algoma, 6 ships. Are they green ships or are they just regular? Like what are those 6 ships?
Yeah, so as far as the public information we have available on those 6 ships right now is they're bulk dry good shipping, like bulk dry good cargo ships. I don't have any specific information on, if they run on biofuel. What I do know is the only statement that, can kind of drive that home or give us an idea is the owner of Algoma Central saying this was to increase their I guess, operational values is the word that he used. So I guess you take that as you want it, but operating in that area, I kind of interpreted that as, they were trying to just
move back into their core competencies. Yeah, and how we
so
maybe
core competencies being defined as not necessarily green centric. Is that?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. What
Right.
seemed
So
implied
forget
by
that.
the
Let's
press
turn the
release.
page, go back to square one, and focus hard on what we do well.
Yes.
So guys, congratulations first of all. Interesting approach to this. I don't think we've heard any other quite with this suggestion. I liked it myself. Basically what you're saying is, look, we cannot make any money or really help the environment as much as we'd like by operating the way we do with the biofuels. Let's dump it. Let's get regular ships and take the profits that we can make from that and put into, for example, tree planting, which is not a bad suggestion. You put the numbers down there that I like. So good on that. Maybe you can convince the company to do that. Because my understanding is it comes from the owners and that is what they wanted to do. But your approach is convinced me that it could be a good way of operating. A couple of suggestions. I am always a believer in keeping things as simple as possible, and I found some of your slides a little busy. So maybe just a suggestion for next time, this type of presentation, just keep it a little bit less busy. And just focus in on the principal ideas that you want to put out there and just hammer them away at us. And I know in my case, most of the stuff I hear goes in one ear and out the other. But if you can hammer on the really important takeaways, it helps us to focus in on your real message. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Great presentation, guys. 2 questions for you. First one is, would you consider timeline of acquiring new vessels?
Yes, so one part with that is, we said at the beginning, we want to have a plan in place so that as soon as we get the funds, we know what we're buying, the timeline on that. The other thing is, it was mentioned that CSL operates on long-term contracts. If we were to do a deal like this, we would want to make sure those contracts are honored throughout the end period with whoever's buying them. The third thing that could happen is we could just use the spot market during that time and cover a little bit additional cost to cover whatever time period that would be.
Yeah, there's probably not a lot of margin in that for spots, so you got to be careful.
Right, so hopefully that time would be as short as possible.
And we really do believe this is a more liquid market than uneducated. When we came into this, we were like, oh, it's going to be very difficult. We believe this is a more liquid market than you would think. And we believe we can line it up like you buy a house. You sell your house one day, you buy the next house the next day because you don't have the cash to do it.
We were scrolling through like hundreds
Like,
of
literally,
ships on like Facebook Marketplace
interesting.
for cargo ships, you know, online. Like multiple websites out here that are doing this. So, you know, as fast as time allows, we could get the ships, you know, bought and integrated in our
So
business.
some of these guys, we all know the names, or some of us know these names because they're massive. And you actually think this would be a tuck-in for them?
We do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Based on the fact that they have a decent footprint in maritime.
Exactly. Yeah, their portfolios have been growing recently. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, we would definitely explore a lot of different options when we would go through the process.
Yeah,
But,
no,
but
I
everything
get the
we've
point,
read
though.
says that they could do this tomorrow. This works
This would
within
be
their
a small deal for these guys.
100%, and it's
It would be.
hey,
Yeah.
$300 million. If $300 million is small for you, props. Yeah.
No, but I mean, yeah, for
Of
these
course.
guys,
Yes.
What are the assumptions of your increased volume of 10% in your baseline?
Yeah, so that's all based on the amount of ships that we would be able to buy. So we just assume we bought, you know, let's say, 9 additional ships than we otherwise would have been able to have. And then so overall, that's a 10% increase in the size of the fleet. And so if we have a 10% increase in the size of the fleet, assuming amount of cargo that those ships can carry stays constant, we assume that would translate to about a 10% increase in revenue.
I like your social responsibility on the trees idea. In your calculation, did you consider that the new ships would generate a larger carbon footprint than before?
Definitely. Our thought was globally, those ships were already operating. So net in the globe, there's no additional carbon since those ships would be sold to us by other operators. Yeah, and so to like carbon emitted like from the firm, we could definitely go look at, you know.
You can't piggyback off other people's carbon savings.
Well, and the biofuel ships don't come off the line. They would still be operational. It's just shifting hands. So those ships are staying out there. It's just
No, when you calculate your carbon footprint as an organization.
Yeah.
You
So
get
if you wanted, you could take the two numbers here. You could net the 3.3 billion with the 2.3 billion, and say we're up just 1.1 instead.
Which will take $1.1 billion of carbon.
Or billion pounds of carbon.
Billion pounds of carbon.
Take the $1 billion.
Yeah, I would also like $1 billion. Yes, if you have one lying around.
Very good.
Any more questions? You guys all done?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Round of applause.
It's always fun to come and be like, oh.
Q&A period is up. Thank you, delegates and judges, for your participation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, excited to have a banker in the audience.
Thank you so much for the time.